Hello, 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 hello. I definitely didn't forget that today was Saturday and spent all morning expecting today to be Sunday. Mars, congrats getting first. So yeah. Oh. So I did no hit bosses 2 and 3. But the method that I used is going to be the same one that I use on the last boss to no hit it. Oh, that's weird. Everything looks good on my end? Maybe a Twitch thing? Yeah, anyway, same method that I used for that bot, or the other two bosses I will be using for the next boss. You may notice that I have too many hearts. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Price. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. And murder indeed. Yes, that is the plan. So yeah, you'll notice that I have too many hearts. Hi, Quentin. No. That's a really weird thing to ask. Especially since you, like, don't know me? Anyway, so I reorganized a lot. Oh, I was saying that I did beat the second and third bosses of the game no hit, but I'm going to be using the same method for those boss fights on the last boss, which we're going to do today. So no one needs to feel like they're missing out, and I've been doing the grinding for it. I understand being lonely, man, but requesting a relationship just because you're lonely is not the play. But yeah, I discovered these. These are buff stations that are powered by your disciples. And see, there's no cap on this. So you could just kind of keep going. And so they'll sometimes give you hearts or damage, and yeah, I was grinding this out for a while. Also, I was grinding out a whole ton of the immortal necklaces, so a lot of people have them now. I will be swapping out the regular skull necklaces when I can, but in the meantime, until we get the golden skull necklaces, that should help at least keep people around mostly. I also keep acquiring more followers because they were having trouble keeping up with the farming, which I also expanded a lot. because when you have 25 followers, they go through a lot of food. And even when I had 20 followers, they were going through a crap ton of food. So I figured the trade-off was very much worth it. And it has been so far. Like they've already eaten all of that. I just queued this up. So that is also why we have the meat farm. Kind of need so much supplies. So, but I think we're in a good place. I've definitely set up pretty well. But let's see. Yeah, I did not do any more in the last level, so but the cheese is also this fleece, which increases your damage with every kill, and when everything is one shot, you usually don't. And then, like, if you get hit, you take double damage, and then the damage increase resets. But, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of gross, but it's really funny. Oh, I'm actually kind of low on bones. Oh, probably because I haven't been sending people out on the missionary thing. I've also been trying to keep an eye out for the hidden roots. Oh, rip. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to look at chat. Okay, no bones in here. Shboop. Hello. No thank you. There we go. Oh, interesting. I'm not getting any materials out of this. Wild. But it gets rather ridiculous rather quickly. And when you do all of that, prepping for a boss fight, it's... Well, you'll see when we get there. Although I probably should have done these first two areas. But we'll see when we do the mini boss. And if we do a weapon swap, I can even show you the... bones. So many bones. And corpses in bags. Anyway. What do we got? Oh, alright. I forgot that we still had things to get. Whoops. Alright, let's go. What do I need? Go this way, I guess. But that's usually something bad. So we'll go this route. Yeah. Well, let's go. So yeah, we're already at plus 95 damage. Which is a little dumb. Dang it. And then sometimes I'm a little dumb and run into an enemy like a dum-dum. Also, I am not all here, as one could gather from the extreme lateness, and thinking that today was Sunday. Fucking. There we go. What are you? No, thank you. Thank you. What do we got? Hell yeah, love that for me. Beautiful. Oh, all right. Yeah, the damage on the guy. Yeah, this should be really stupid. Oh, good lord. Hello. Thank you. Goodbye. I talked shit about his wife and then beat him up. And the best thing about guns is they can be multi-target at range, which makes this extra stupid. Oh, God. Yay! Just casually one-shotting everyone constantly, plus 210% damage. That's Jesus. This is so stupid. Oh, hello. No, thank you. Well, this is interesting. Oh my gosh, I can't aim. Anything here? No. Okay, what do we got? Ooh. Sure. Upgrades, upgrades. Hi, Link. Ready to watch a really dumb boss fight? It's not the main boss of the area, it's just a mini boss, but still. Nice. More things. That scared me, though. Oh my gosh. Dead. Dead. Nice. That should be the last one. No more of that. Beautiful, beautiful. No weird statues. Oh, days. See what's up here. Now the boss room. No! Oh my god, how did I screw it up at the last second? I'm so bad. Is this going to... It does do a little bit more damage. Not much, but... I know, right? Welcome to buff stacking. Are you still immortal? If I made you immortal the last time, then yes. Hello. Horus too. Oh, that's so dumb. Now, unfortunately, I do lose all of the hearts and things, right? Which sucks. All right. Oh no. Oh, all right. I have to find you. Oh, here you are. Yes, you are still immortal. Congratulations. And this is where we get all the hearts and stuff. But once the hearts are mostly full, start to get like insane amounts of damage. Let me find out. I have to find you. Here. Yes, you have that gold necklace on, so you are immortal. I've been getting a lot of them and spreading them out as best I can. I am going to need more seeds soon. Again. Yeah, let's go spend these god tears and see if we can get more immortality necklaces. Because I don't know how many I need. Oh, I have 5 of these. Alright, nope. Oh yeah, I also maxed out all of the other stuff you can get from these, so now we're just fishing for these, although I'm getting incredibly unlucky. Dang. Normally I get like at least 3 types of necklaces. That's a new one. Oof, rip. Oh well. Yeah, I've been making as many people immortal and disciples as possible so that these buffs fill up really quickly. Okay, yeah, I need more seats. Okay, what am I lowest on for this? More beetroot. Let's go get some. I want a little bit more beetroot. Do this. There's so many achievements to get that are just super grindy and lame. Keeps changing color. That's really funny. Because I can't decide whether he's in shadow or not. Let's see. Who do I have who's level 10? Yay! So many disciples. So little time. Oh, random tree grew in front of everything. Interesting. Oh, fights behind them. Stop starting fights. Also, this has been something I have to do regularly, is Cyber will just start fights with people. It's really funny, actually, to an extent. But, like... What can I say? There we go. Everyone's happy again. I should send people out on missions. Go with bones, because I can use bones to do the feasting ritual, and that fills up hunger. Also, I think it's really funny that these are just random chants to be closed with the meat in it. Like, it's not... Yeah, I'm already... Which is why we do these as well. And sometimes I swap and I do a bunch of those. And then supplement with the other one. Just depends on what I have more of. There's so much micromanaging involved. Okay. I also haven't been rebuilding these because I thought if people didn't have anything else to do, they would interact with these more often, but I can't really tell if it's working. I've also recruited all the bosses and made them immortal disciples, so that's been fun. Okay, I need to go grab a snack. I shall be right back. Pause that for a second. Boop. Enjoy the bebes. I think my monitor cable may have finally died. Oh no. I don't know. Oh, there it goes. So, other cable is dying. So I'll have to get a new DisplayPort cable and HDMI cable here soon. I know one of them died. I brought cream cheese back, but I don't yet have an immortality necklace for him, so. Yeah, followers will randomly like become friends or fall in love, and it's like, okay, that's all right. It's very strange. I think I'm just gonna do one more day's worth of buffs and then head back in to do round 2. Or 3, not 2. Here we go. Hello, my favorite idiot. How are you? Oh, no, no, no. Boop. Dang. I'm getting really unlucky with these rolls. Oh, jeez. No. Wait, I can skip the nights. Hell yeah. Cat, stop trying to steal my food. Oh my goodness. Why did you make me dash? There we go. Alright. Boop. Is there anyone I need to resurrect? And we could bring back either one of your children. Or I could bring back Firefly. If they ever stop back by. What do you think, Hero? Alright. Arena it is. Oh, she is catatonic. It's okay, I can fix it. I just gotta shove rocks down her mouth. Fine. What? Oh, I do have. I have one immortality necklace left. And no skull necklaces. Rip. It's always kind of insane when all of the chest closing sounds sync up. I feel like anyone who's actively in a cult failing a class about cults is probably more invested in the cult than anyone else because, like, they won't realize that they're in a bad situation. Even though it still doesn't work. Oh, nice. I'm a little sad he doesn't have a return from mission voice all his own. That's really sad. I would love that. That's the final boss here. That was the big boss who originally gave us the red crown, who we stole it from. Hi, Toon. Nice to see you. Have a good night. He's called the one who waits because he's been locked away by the other 4 bosses for forever, basically. A really long time. Mars, you made a friend. How nice. It's always lovely to see you, Tin. I'm glad you're here, even if only briefly. You're so sweet, Tin. What game? Yeah, I didn't know. Hello, Tin, but on YouTube. Virgil, hi. How are ya? Alright, hero, yeah. Hello. Alright. Bedtime for the followers, so we grab our last buff. Just 10% increased damage. Let's go. I'm doing alright. Doing alright. Definitely didn't think today was Sunday for the majority of the day, which is why we were late. Alright. Next part. We love you too, Tin. Alright, let's see if I can not screw this up this time. Already messed up. Let's go. Goodness, so many splits. I'm so bad. Hello, Clonic. Oh no, this is K-Mark. Picks them up every time. So I don't know what this does. Or if there's like something special I'm supposed to do to it. I never tried looking it up. Any statue? Nope. You know, Virgil, I'm surprised you haven't been here for an Uber redeem before. No statue. Beautiful. I think I'll head up this way, see what's here, get some more damage, maybe grab a better relic, and then see if there's anything at that shop. Beautiful. Ooh, homing. Let's go. Yeah, on the Twitch side, there are points that you can earn by watching that can go towards things like that. Or like causing jump scares, making your message highlighted, things like that. It. Heck yeah, let's go. Oh. Well. Hey, that's okay. You can always ask if there's something like we have the Uwu redeem, we have pick my killer redeem. There's a redeem to make me use a Mori as my offering in game when I play DBD, obviously. Unfortunately, the integration to interact with the game is Twitch only. There's no way for me to do the integration to YouTube, sadly. I would love to. This one. Or just hide. Beautiful. Nice. All right, I already found it. Oh, I don't need to keep checking. Beautiful. Ooh, what's this? Ah, it doesn't help with the boss battles. Okay, nothing new in here. Thank you.
I don't know anything about ghost stories. Nice. That is very weird. I don't know what's wrong.
No, thank you. I don't like hammers. Well, there's the achievement to get my money back from Midas. Definitely did not get all of it back, though. Ah, stop that. Back off. Fuck you. Nah. Anyway. Not what I meant to do. Beautiful. Anyway. All right. Oh, I'm not sure. Okay. Now we just need some more buffs. Queue up. I think I'm gonna try leaving the ones that are already full to see if that, like, gets the rest. Huh. Interesting. Bring back the potatoes. And then, so that everybody's happy again. We will make a disciple. And then, 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 we It's just so much food. We'll see how quickly these fill up if I leave. Like half of them full, maybe. Oh gosh. Okay, that was weird. Oh my gosh, so much stuff. There we go. Beautiful. Fine. Now it's just the waiting game, so we go fishing. I'm not sure what other stuff I need to do for achievements. Midas one, I'm glad I got. We'll be working on the no-hit one for the last boss once we get enough buffs. Water's almost out. There's no fish. The game doesn't know that there's no fish. There we go. One just spawned in. Anyway. Uh-oh. Hero, did you die? Dang it, Hero. I'm gonna shove you in a hole. Okay, yeah, these fill up a lot faster when there's less of them to fill up, so can store quite a few. Let's make everybody happy again. Here we go. This person just leveled up. Hello. Thank you. ones are... Well, most of the other ones are getting full. I'll just grab one. So much food, dude. And that is why I have a farm space. Because at this point, is necessary. Go that out in like a day and a half. Unless you guys get lucky and get the ritual cooldown thing. Yay, you don't have to use bones. Well, Hero, even with the free ritual, it still doesn't reset the cooldown. That's a whole separate thing. That's why I said you gotta be lucky. Can you guys get out from in front of this? I need it. Thank you. Yay, damage! Anyway. Oh goodness, I'm gonna have to do a second round. That's not the one I wanted to select. I mean, it's fine. That's no big deal. Boop, boop. Here we go. Everyone's always hungry. God. Okay, there we go. So much stuff to do. Can you stop it? Don't be. Here we go. Yay, damage. Hello, cat. Thank you. I am going to fill up the queue here and then make another round of these. And then I am going to whoop. Cat's in front of the screen, so I'm only getting like half of the view. So this is challenge mode. Okay, where's the clean? There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll just stand here and I'll be right back with more water. Thank you. And I'm just gonna leave it up for you guys to watch. That was gone longer than I thought. Oh, goodness. Oh. Thank you for the self-care link. And hero, you're hello. Who just cleared out the queue? Link, did you clear out the request queue? All of the all of the channel point requests just got cleared out. The queue got emptied. Well, because that's how I'm keeping track of the UWU redeems. Is I go in and I see how many have been redeemed, and then I add it to my counter, and then I clear it. That does put a damper on things, because I don't know how many were in there. Did you happen to see how many UWUs were done? By any chance? Okay, then I will add 4 to the list. And in the future, Link, you are welcome to clear out the rest of the queue. I just meant request that the UWUs stay for my ability to track them. Wait, let me go add the 4 to the counter before I forget. So, 325 is the count. It's all good. You didn't know that's what I was doing. Just no one's been clearing out the queue, so it never occurred to me to tell you guys not to do that because no one has been. So, you're cursed. You cursed. I'm gonna uncurse you though. Look at you all gross and black drippy eye and stuff. Dang, no comment about me teasing you for being cursed. I'm sad. Yeah. Oh no. Whee. Okay, I think... No, I'm gonna need a lot more buffs if I'm gonna near one hit the boss. Yeah. All the little guys are just so adorable. Beautiful. I should perhaps consider getting rid of a couple of these. Just so they fill up faster. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Let's see, this one has a low amount, so we'll just remove that. This one has a low amount, so we'll take that one out. I will empty this one and then go delete it real quick. And I think I'll get rid of that one in the back too. Because I think if the... No, it hasn't been that long since the queue was last cleared. Because I cleared it myself like less than a week ago, actually. I still need more beetroot. I'm gonna go buy more beetroot again. And just get a whole ton of it. I didn't know there was an unban request. I don't look at them. Or at least not very often, unless I'm like watching out for one. It's not worth checking. Fair. And it's really funny because I don't like bans just happen so infrequently. Because I usually want to give people the benefit of the doubt and that they're just grumpy in the moment. And sometimes people will come back with a cool head and be like, yeah, no, that was really mean. I was just upset by the game. And I'm like, understandable. I mean, if it's anyone who's been banned recently... Let's see. Oh, one of the matches where I was complaining about somebody insta-saving under every single circumstance, no matter what. And the killer kept going back the hook and checking. There's usually a few matches like that, so... Like, I'll get one of those at least, like, once a month. Ah. And, like, it's... sometimes super frustrating because like for the first half of their hook stage, most killers will not come back because they don't want to fill up the anti-camp, or they want to have as little on it as possible so that if they do need to camp out like the last 15 seconds, they can without the survivor being able to self-unhook. Ow. But when you insta-save, there's now no repercussions for the killer going back. Quentin was grumpy this morning, apparently.
Oh, all right. So many trees all of a sudden. Finally got another one. I'm waiting on getting one of those for a while. Any chance to get a second one? No. Rip. I gotta make more food. Here we go. Yay, damage. I think I'll probably just wait until I have like a full row of one of the kinds of hearts, and then we'll go in. So either the spirit hearts or the blue hearts. Ooh, another 10. 3 in a row? That's crazy. Alright, let's go. Alright. I forgot how long this takes. My goodness. Hello, cat. Can you not stand on my keyboard? It is an energy drink. You would not like it. Will you stop trying to get at my food and drinks? Nutter. She's very demanding. She will yell at me. Hello, asking for a friend. Welcome back. Clear this out. Sleep through the night. Uh-oh. Not again. Good. Oh. Nice. Oh, I don't have any regular skull necklaces. That's almost full set. But I haven't been doing anything with that in forever. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. How about yourself? How are you? It's been a little while since you've been here. There we go. Buff. Oh, now that I have 2 of the immortality necklaces, let me give one to her. Here we go. Who does not have a necklace? And I would give Mars an Hero an immortality necklace, but it's infinitely funnier knowing that he's one of the few who can die. And so he will keep dying. It's very funny. Oh, don't worry. Yours is still here.
사람 바까.
All right, have yourself a good night. Thank you for dropping in and hanging out. Bum, bum. Thank you. I appreciate it. Although I'm not going to be on again until Tuesday after this. So. But if you do decide to come back later, maybe in an hour or so, I will be continuing to read Misery to chat, so. And you're always welcome to just sit and lurk and listen. Don't even have to chit-chat or interact. You can just be laying down, vibing. Yeah, the book I've been reading, Misery by Stephen King. Puff. It's actually a horror novel, but it's Stephen King, so that's a surprise to no one. But I've read it before, so I figured I would read it to chat, because then there's no surprises for me. And I may give you guys a list of books to choose from in the future. I may just pick one myself and that'll be it. Dang it, Cyber. I just knew because he was making grumpy noises. And then they're immediately conspiring. That's so funny. Nope. I can't. That's so funny. Let's start a fight and then immediately start making out with them. Oh, I'm dying. That was so fucking funny. Oh, God. Oh, no. Hello. One of the mini bosses. I do not remember. Not someone who was around very long, I guess. Only got one of these. Okay, we're almost there. Where? Here we go. That's the one. There we go. Wait, no, I can just... Goodness, you really can't see that. And then... that. And then... small gift. Level, yay! Thank goodness time pauses while I'm inside doing a run. Otherwise, this would be completely unmanageable. It requires so much micromanaging. But we're very close to being ready to go. There we go. Easy peasy. Free level. Alright. I think it's funny that the only reason this run has so many days on it is because I'm just micromanaging while waiting for them to fill up the buff towers. Oh my goodness, lag. What is happening? If I have too many followers and the game is struggling, that's entirely possible. I think one more day and we'll be good. I do like that in this bed, the hat has its own little tent. Love that. I love that people randomly wake up grumpy. Alright, so whatever we have at the end of the day today. I feel like that was spite for Hero being grumpy about the outfit earlier.
Shalamba, kayana. Kalkala shalama, kayana ba? Ako.
Okay, perfect. Now we've got over a full row. I came over here for something. I don't remember what though. Oh no, that's just where the tailor used to be. Like, why did I come over here? I was looking for the outfits, but the things are over here now. Oh, that's a cute little shirt. I'll give Link a cute little shirt. Oh, look, he loves it. Look at that, adorable. More hearts. What you talking about? Nice. Whoops. I'm sad Link wasn't paying attention that I gave him a new outfit. Played. Hello, cat. You continue to menace. Okay, this should be one more buff. I think this is going to be the last one that we get. We get another heart. Rip. I was hoping for damage. Yeah, I don't think any of the others are gonna fill up in time. I mean, there's still a chance from these two anyway. It is not likely. And I'm gonna try to still make it out while it's daytime. Okay, yeah. Because the best damage buff is a daytime. It's like 30% increase during the day. All right. Let's go. Oof. 125 damage, though. No! I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god, that was dumb. Beautiful. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't like hammers. Tia's just sprawled out on my lap. Ow. I really don't want my attack rate lowered, and I don't care about spawning Ichor while I walk, so... Here we go. Yeah, I can't see how much my damage is because of the tarot cards. Oh, good, a skull necklace. I was needing more of those. Which shop do I want? Probably want to do that one. We'll do that next. Nice. Okay, well that was worth. Yeah, I wanna better thing. Oh, yes. So good. I love these kind of ones. I suppose it doesn't really matter. This one, then that one, I guess. Beautiful. No! It spawned on top of me. That's so unfair. I was doing so good too. There we go. Yeah, definitely taking the extra one now. There. All right. Don't have that many tarot cards, but free damage is free damage. Okay. Here we go. Oh, goodness. Yeah, this is the one that shoots out, so I would prefer that. Oh. There we go. Perfect. There's the thing. Here it is. Beautiful. Fucking hell. I was really hoping to get a different weapon. I hate hammers. It's slow. There's no room to dodge. And when the entire build is hit hard, but also don't get hit, no dodging is bad. Like, I'd already started the charge up, so I couldn't. So much faster. And with a little bit of range too. Versus. Committing. You're staying warm with an electric blanket. Good call. It is very cold. You have no heat right now. That's no good. Yeah, my PC doesn't output a lot of heat, so kind of SOL for that. But I don't mind it not running super hot. All right. Let's see what we can do. Got 125% damage from the outfit alone. Alright, Shimura. Or Shamura. There we go. Beat Shamura without taking damage. Because, also I just whiffed a whole bunch. Because I was not used, I'm not used to axes and the range on them. Beautiful. Easy. And look at all these little guys that were gonna drop down if the fight went on for a while. All right. Actually, we'll wait the night out. Cyber! Hey, yo, what's up? How you doing? Chilling laying down. Nice. Now that I have no-hit the last boss that needed to be no-hit, we'll probably, once I get him recruited, probably switch to reading time. Yeah, it was really fun. You started a fight, and then you started conspiring this one with them immediately after I broke the fight up. And then like 5 seconds later, you just started making out with them. It was the funniest fucking thing. Oh, God. It's too funny. Oh, man. Let's get some people in. Sure. Does Hero have a new poem? Maybe. So many people that I have to get through to get to the boss. Here we go. It's having a dream that we fought over and over. We fought and I died. or I did not live. I did not rest. I have known all, but I have not known this. You are okay. I spin my web, I catch my prey. Day by day, in the night I hear them pray. Mercy is not my name. Oh, he's dissenting immediately. He's pettable. Indoctrinate all 5 bishops into your cult. Go eat. You will feel better. Our food is so good you won't want to fight me anymore. Hold on. What's the one that stopped? This one. Come here. I'm gonna make you go eat again. This one this time. There we go. Beautiful. Love that. Now to aggressively level him up. Pat. There we go. I was like, some. Perfect. I remembered 2 kits in my claws, a gift. I did not want him to be lonely. Wee. Look at how many people are here. Lovely. So many followers. Oh no, I can't leave. Oh, the mushroom man returns. Mushroom man, come hither. You shall live a long life. Hi. I'll clean up later. Shamara and I did not barter much. In truth, they needed little. Truly, it was a shame what became of them. So you have completed your task, Red Crown. The bishops are trapped no longer. What becomes of them now is not of my interest, though what becomes of yourself. Many a deity have I bartered with, their designs ones I have seen repeated through millennia. Your designs, however, very interesting. As such, I offer you a boon, a cementing of our new undertaking. This shrine is carved in the likeness of a god with whom I once partnered. May it remind you of the role which you now must fulfill. Ooh, definitely building that. Infant God, by your influence this land is changing, 'tis true. The laws of this world and even of the next have become malleable. Yet the ether, having flowed in one fashion for many an age, shall not be diverted so easily. That which seems still runs deep. There is much yet to uncover. God fears remain. Do not allow complacency to take root. Yet you have shown yourself to be a worthy deity. Take your rightful place amongst the pantheon as you have earned. All hail the Lamb. All hail the God of Death. You spread the good word near and far so that others may be blessed by the divine teachings of the mighty Lamb. Roll credits. Hell yeah. And Quentin. Technically, I still have some achievements left. Let's see. Yeah, I have 8 achievements left to get all tarot cards. Uh-oh. Game is trying to crash. No. No. Game, please. Please. No. I want to 100% the game. Please tell me it saved. Please tell me it auto-saved after all of that. I mean, can you blame her? Also, if I remember right, I think... Okay. Well, that achievement saved, at the very least. Okay, that saved. So we should be okay. I have to... I might have to sacrifice some followers if the game is struggling with this many followers. One of my feet is cold and the other is quite warm because Dia decided she needed to lay on my foot. Okay. Okay, I do still need to get 3 more pieces of lore. I need to find these, which I don't know where the last ones are. I need to find the last of the tarot cards. So yeah, I need 10 more of these things. And I don't know which or where the ones are that I am missing. I wish I could see the tarot cards outside of a run. Hello, Naruto. English only in the chat, please. Oh, okay. No. I saw a thing that was like, oh, you can scroll down on this page. Yay. Never mind. Okay, I can go to a shop. Okay. Got the list of tarot cards pulled up. I'm just gonna see. Okay. Oh. So this one I have to do the wedding ceremony. That's easy. I was planning on doing that anyway. Because I thought it would be funny to marry the final boss. Okay, and then need... Where is it? Okay, I have to do one of Ratu's challenges. Oh, God. Okay, so I will probably just have to go through the wonder if he shows up on the crusade. What? That's weird. Okay, I'm only missing those 2 tarot cards, one of which I can get right now. And then the other one's just RNG, so let's go do that. One who waits. Yay! Tarot card acquired. Perfect. And I can't see relics here. Well, I know what I need for that one. Thank you, Ben. There. Okay. Well, now I have to wait for people to die. Shamara's skull. I already told you, man. English only in the chat. Solo inglés. Nice. Fair. Okay, good. about somebody who's old now. So in the night, I will probably murder them. Because it's gonna be faster. And once everybody's asleep, they won't know. But there's a relic that you get from harvesting 5 dead followers, which I don't do, so it would make sense why I don't have that one. Ow. Beautiful. Oh, I can't use the cowboy one. That's so sad. Oh, I don't know what I selected. I pressed the wrong button. Oh no. Oh. Oh, shit. I really need to find... Okay, here we go. 54 out of 57. See what I'm missing. Yeah, I know. I will switch to reading here in a bit. I just really wanted to check and see what I was missing. Yeah, I started really late today, so that's why I was going later. Okay, it's Shamra's skull. What's this? Cleansed. And then this the cleansed skull? I can't. Oh, that's Narinder's claw. Complete the secret color and Shimmer's unique color quest. Okay, so once I get the skull, I'll get that. Okay, and then what's Raka's right fist. Harvest the meat of a follower 5 times. Okay, yeah, that's that one, and that's all I'm missing. Okay, so I just do the Shamra quest. I'll get 2, and then I have to murder and harvest. Can I not? Oh, I can't teleport home. That sucks. I suppose I could just die. It's not that, like, serious. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go die. Oh my goodness, this takes forever. There we go. Oh, all right. Anyway. Okay, so I guess we will go finish those up on Tuesday. Let's go ahead and save. And quit. And then I'm gonna put the piano music on, and I'm gonna get myself ready to read to you guys for a little while. I will be right back. Make sure I get a fresh drink of water. And for anybody who's interested in following along, if they have the book themselves, I am in section 2, chapter 8, or part 8. And if you also have one that's approximately 300 pages, I'm on page 138. Now, is there any shenaniganry you guys want to get up to before I get started? No? All right. So I'm going to drop back a little bit from where we ended off before, just to kind of add a little bit of context in case anyone's missing it. "A bee," she said, and he saw a blush creeping up her neck and over her cheeks. Soon even her ears were glowing. "1 person in every dozen is allergic to bee venom. I saw lots of cases of it before I retired from service as an RN. The allergy can show in lots of different ways. Sometimes a sting can cause a comatose condition, which is similar to what people used to call catalepsy." Now she was so red she was almost purple. Paul held the idea up briefly in his mind, then tossed it on the scrap heap. A bee could have been the cause of Miss Evelyn Hyde's unfortunate live burial. It even made sense, since it had happened in mid-spring, in the garden to boot. But he had already decided that credibility depended on the 2 live burials being related somehow, and Misery had succumbed in her bedroom. The fact that late fall was hardly bee season was not really the problem. The problem was the rarity of the cataleptic reaction. He thought Constant Reader would not swallow 2 unrelated women in neighboring townships being buried alive 6 months apart as a result of bee stings. Yet, he could not tell Annie that. And not just because it might rile her up. He could not tell her because it would hurt her badly. And in spite of all the pain she had afforded him, he found he could not hurt her in that way. He had been hurt that way himself. He fell back on that most common writer's workshop euphemism. "It's got possibilities, all right. I'll drop it into the hopper, Annie. But I've already got some ideas in mind. It may not fit." "Oh, I know that. You're the writer, not me. Just forget I said anything. I'm sorry." "Don't be so—" But she was gone, her heavy tread almost running down the hallway to the parlor. He was looking at an empty space. His eyes dropped, then widened. On either side of the doorway, about 8 inches up from the floor, was a black mark. They had been left, he understood at once, by the hubs of the wheelchair when he forced it through. So far she hadn't noticed them. It had been almost a week, and her failure to notice was a small miracle. But soon, tomorrow, perhaps even this afternoon, she would be into vacuum. And then she would. Paul managed very little during the rest of the day. The hole in the paper had disappeared. Chapter 8. The following morning, Paul was sitting up in bed, propped on a pile of pillows, drinking a cup of coffee, and eyeing those marks on the sides of the door with the guilty eye of a murderer who has just seen some bloody item of clothing of which he somehow neglected to dispose. Suddenly, Annie came rushing into the room, her eyes wide and bulging. She held a dust cloth in one hand, in the other, incredibly, she held a pair of handcuffs. "What?" It was all he had time for. She seized him with panicky strength and pulled him into an upright sitting position. Pain, the worst in days, bellowed through his legs, and he screamed. The coffee cup flew out of his hand and shattered on the floor. Things keep breaking in here, he thought. And then she saw the marks. Of course, probably a long time ago. That was the only way he could account for this bizarre behavior.
She had seen the marks after all, and this was the beginning of some new and spectacular punishment. "Shut up, stupid," she hissed. And then his hands were pinned behind him, and just as he heard the click of handcuffs, he also heard a car turning into the driveway. He opened his mouth, meaning to speak or perhaps scream again, and she stuffed the rag into it before he could do either. There was some gnarly dead taste on the rag. Pledge, she supposed, or endust, or something like that. "Make no sound," she said, leaning over him with one hand on either side of his head, strands of her hair tickling his cheeks and forehead. "I warn you, Paul, if whoever that is hears something, or even if I hear something and think he might have heard something, I will kill him or them, then you, then myself." She stood up. Her eyes were bulging. There was sweat on her face and dried egg yolk on her lips. "Remember, Paul." He was nodding, but she didn't see. She was already running out. An old but well-preserved Chevy Bel Air had pulled up behind Annie's Cherokee. Paul heard a door open somewhere off the parlor and then bang shut. It gave off the oddly interrogative speak that told him it was the closest where she kept her outdoor stuff. The man getting out of the car was an old and well-preserved as the car itself. A Colorado type, if Paul had ever seen one. He looked 65, but might be 80. He might be the senior partner of a law firm or the semi-retired patriarch of a construction company, but was more likely a rancher or realtor. He would be a Republican of the sort who would no more put a bumper sticker on his car than he would put a pair of pointy-toed Italian shoes on his feet. He must also be some sort of town official and here on town business, because it was only on town business that a man like this and a reclusive woman like Annie Wilkes would have occasion to meet. Paul watched her hasten down the walk to the driveway, intent not on meeting, but intercepting him. There was something much like his earlier fantasy to come true. Not a cop, but someone in authority. Authority had arrived at Annie's, and its arrival here could do nothing but shorten his own life. "Why not invite him in, Annie?" he thought, trying not to choke on the dusty rag. "Why not invite him in and show him your African bird?" Oh no, she would no more invite Mr. Rocky Mountain businessman in than she would drive Paul to Stapleton International and put a first-class ticket back to New York in his hand. She was talking even before she reached him, the breath pluming out of her mouth in shapes like cartoon balloons with no words written inside them. He held out a hand dressed in narrowly elegant black leather glove. She looked at it briefly, contemptuously, then began to shake a finger in his face. More of those empty white balloons puffing out of her mouth. She finished struggling into her coat and stopped shaking her finger long enough to rake the zipper up. He reached into the pocket of his top coat and brought out a sheet of paper. He held it out to her almost apologetically, although Paul had no way of knowing exactly what it was. He was sure that Annie had an adjective for it. Cockadoodie, maybe. She led him along the driveway, still talking. They passed beyond his sightline. He could see their shadows lying like construction paper cutouts on the snow, but that was all. She had done it on purpose, he realized dully. If he, Paul, couldn't see them, then there was no chance that Mr. Rancho Grande might look through the guest room window and see him. The shadows remained on the melting snowpack of Annie's driveway for 5 minutes. Once Paul actually heard Annie's voice, raised in an angry, hectoring shout. Those were a long 5 minutes for Paul. His shoulders ached. He found he couldn't move to ease the ache. After cuffing his hands together, she had somehow bound them to the bedstead. But the dust cloth in his mouth was the worst. The stink of the furniture polish was making his head ache, and he was growing steadily more nauseated. He concentrated grimly on controlling it. He had no interest in choking to death. His windpipe full of vomit, while Annie argued with an elderly town official who got his hair trimmed once a week at the local tonsorial emporium and probably wore rubbers over his black Oxfords all winter long. Cold sweat had broken on his forehead by the time they reappeared. Now Annie was holding the paper. She followed Mr. Rancho Grande, shaking her finger at his back, those empty cartoon balloons issuing from her mouth. Mr. Rancho Grande would not look around at her. His face was carefully blank.
Only his lips, pressed together so tightly that they almost disappeared, gave away some inward emotion. Anger? Perhaps. Distaste? Yes, that was probably closer. You think she's crazy? You and all your poker cronies, who probably control this whole minor league ballpark of a town, probably played a hand of lowball or something to see who got this shit deal. No one likes to bring bad news to crazy people. But oh, Mr. Grande Rancho Grande, oh my gosh, I can't read. If you knew just how crazy she is, I don't think you'd turn your back on her like that. He got into the Bel Air. He closed the door. Now she stood beside the car, shaking her finger at his closed window, and again Paul could dimly hear her voice. Think you are so smart. The Bel Air began to back slowly down the driveway. Mr. Rancho Grande was ostentatiously not looking at Annie, whose teeth were bared. Louder still, you think you are such a great big wheel. Suddenly, she kicked the front bumper of Mr. Rancho Grande's car, kicked it hard enough to knock packs of chunked snow out of the wheel wells. The old guy had been looking over his right shoulder, guiding the car down the driveway. Now he looked back at her, startled out of the careful neutrality he had maintained all through his visit. Well, I'll tell you something, you dirty bird. Little dogs go to the bathroom all over big wheels. What do you think of that, huh? Whatever he thought of it, Mr. Rancho Grande was not going to give Annie the satisfaction of seeing it. That neutral expression dropped over his face again like the visor on a suit of armor. He backed out of Paul's sight. She stood there for a moment, hands fisted on hips, then stalked back towards the house. He heard the kitchen door open and explode shut. Well, he's gone, Paul thought. Mr. Rancho Grande is gone, but I'm here. Oh yes, I'm here. 9. But this time, she didn't take her anger out on him. She came into his room, her coat still on, but now unzipped. She began to pace rapidly back and forth, not even looking his way. The piece of paper was still in her hand, and every now and then, she would shake it in front of her own nose, as if in self-chastisement. 10% tax increase, he says. In arrears, he says. Liens, lawyers, quarterly payment, he says. Overdue. Cock-a-doodie, caca, poopy doopy. He grunted into the rag, but she didn't look around. She was in a room by herself. She walked back and forth faster, cutting the air with her solid body. He kept thinking she would tear the paper to shreds, but it seemed she did not quite dare to do this. $506, she cried, this time brandishing the paper in front of his nose. She absently tore the rag that was choking him out of his mouth and threw it on the floor. He hung his head over one side, dry heaving. His arms felt as if they were slowly detaching themselves from their sockets. $506.17. They know I don't want anyone out here. I told them, didn't I? And look. He dry heaved again, making a desperate burping sound. If you vomit, I guess you'll just have to lie in it. Looks like I've got other fish to fry. He said something about a lien on my house. What's that? Handcuffs, he croaked. Yes, she said impatiently. Sometimes you're such a baby. She pulled the key from her skirt pocket and pushed him even farther to the left so that his nose pressed on the sheets. He screamed, but she ignored him. There was a click, a rattle, then his hands were free. He sat up, gasping, then slid slowly down on his pillows, mindful to push his legs straight ahead as he did. There were pale furrows in his thin wrists. As he watched, they began to fill in red. Annie stuffed the cuffs absently into her shirt pocket. As if police restraints were found in most decent houses like Kleenex or coat hangers. What's a lien? She asked again. Does that mean they own my house? Is that what that means? No, he said. It means that you... He cleared his throat and got another aftertaste of that fuming dust rag. His chest hitched as he dry heaved again. She took no notice of that, simply stood impatiently staring at him until he could talk. After a while, he could. Just means you can't sell it. Just?
You got a funny idea of just Mr. Paul Sheldon, but importantly, to a rich Mr. Smart guy like you. On the contrary, I think of your troubles as my troubles, Annie. I just meant that a lien isn't much compared to what they could do if you got seriously in arrears. Are you? Arrears. That means in the bucket, doesn't it? In the bucket, in the hole, behind, yes. I know shanty Irish moocher. He saw the thin sheen of her teeth as her upper lip lifted. I pay my bills. This time I just... You forgot, didn't you? You forgot, just the way you keep forgetting to change February on that damned calendar. Forgetting to make the quarterly property tax payment is a hell of a lot more serious than forgetting to change the calendar page. And you're upset because this is the first time you forgot something that big. Fact is, you're getting worse, Annie, aren't you? A little worse every day. Psychotics can cope in the world, after a fashion, and sometimes, as I think you well know, they get away with some very nasty shit. But there is a borderline between the lands of manageable and unmanageable psychosis. You're getting closer to that line every day, and part of you knows it. I just hadn't gotten around to it yet, Annie said sullenly. Having you here has kept me busier than a one-armed paper hanger. An idea occurred to him, a really fine one. The potential for brownie points, and this idea seemed almost unlimited. I know, he said with quiet sincerity. I owe you my life, and I haven't been anything but a pain in the tail to you. I've got about $400 in my wallet. I want you to pay your arrears with it. Oh, Paul. She was looking at him, both confused and pleased. I couldn't take your money. It's not mine, he said. He grinned at her, his number one, who loves you, baby grin, and inside he thought, what I want, Annie, is for you to do one of your forgetting acts when I've got access to one of your knives, and I'm sure I can move well enough to use it. You'll be frying in hell 10 seconds before you know you're dead. It's yours. Call it a down payment if you want. He paused, then took a calculated risk. If you don't think I know I'd be dead if it wasn't for you, you're crazy. Paul, I don't know. I'm serious. He allowed his smile to melt into an expression of winning, or he hoped, please God, let it be winning, sincerity. You did more than save my life, you know. You saved 2 lives, because without you, Misery would still be lying in her grave. Now she was looking at him shiningly, the paper in her hand forgotten. And you show me the error of my ways, got me back on track again. I owe you a lot more than $400 just for that. And if you don't take that money, you're gonna make me feel bad. Well, all right, thank you. I should be thanking you. May I see that paper? She gave it to him with no protest at all. It was an overdue tax notice. The lien was little more than a formality. He scanned it quickly, then handed it back. Have you got money in the bank? Her eyes shifted away from his. I've got a little put aside, but not in the bank. I don't believe in banks. This says they can't execute the lien on you unless the bill remains unpaid by March 25th. What's today? She frowned at the calendar. Goodness, that's wrong. She untacked it and the boy on his sled disappeared. Paul watched this happen with an absurd pang of regret. March showed a white water stream rushing pell-mell between snowy banks. She peered myopically at the calendar for a moment, then said, Today is March 25th. Christ, so late, he thought. Sure, that's why he came out. He wasn't telling you they had slept a lien on your house, Annie. He was telling you they would have to if you didn't cough up by the time the town office is closed tonight. I was actually trying to do you a favor. But if you pay this $506 before... And 17 cents, she put in fiercely. Don't forget the cocky duty 17 cents. All right, and 17 cents. If you pay it before they close the town offices this afternoon, no lien. People in town really feel about you the way you say they do, Annie. They hate me. They are all against me, Paul. Then your taxes are one of the ways they'll try to pry you out. Hollering lien at someone who's missed one quarterly property tax payment is pretty weird. It stinks. If you missed a couple of quarterly payments, they might try to take your home, sell it at an auction. It's a crazy idea, but I guess they'd technically be within their rights. She laughed. A harsh, barking sound. Let them try. I'd gut hole a few of them, I tell you that much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir-ree, Bob. In the end, they'd gut hole you, he said quietly. That isn't the point. Then what is? Annie, there are probably people in Sidewinder who are 2 and 3 years behind on their taxes. No one is taking their homes and or auctioning their furnishings down at the town hall. The worst that happens to people like that most of the time is that they lose their town water. The Roydmans now, he looked at her shrewdly. You think they pay their taxes on time? That white trash? She nearly shrieked. Ha. I think they're on the prod for you, Annie. He did, in fact, believe this. I'll never go. I'll stay up here just to spite them. I'll stay up here and spit in their eye. Can you come up with $106 to go with the $400 in my wallet? Yes. She was beginning to look cautiously relieved. Good enough, he said. Then I suggest you pay their crappy tax bill today. And while you're gone, I'll see what I can do about those damned marks on the door. And when that's done, I believe I'll see if I can do anything about getting the fuck out of here, Annie. I'm a little tired of your hospitality. He managed a smile. I think there must be at least 17 cents there in the nightstand, he said. 10. Annie Wilkes had her own interior set of rules. In her way, she was strangely prim. She had made him drink water from a floor bucket, had withheld his medication until he was in agony, had made him burn the only copy of his new novel, had handcuffed him and stuck a rag reeking of furniture polish in his mouth. But she would not take the money from his wallet. She brought it to him, the old scuffed Lord Buxton he'd had since college, and put it in his hands. All the ID had vanished. At that, she had not scrupled. He did not ask her about it. It seemed wiser not to. The ID was gone, but the money was still there. The bills, mostly 50s, crisp and fresh. But the clarity that was both surprising and somehow ominous, he saw himself pulling the Camaro up to the drive-in window of the Boulder Bank the day before he had finished Fast Cars, dropping his check for $450, made out to cash and endorsed on the bank, into the tray. Perhaps even then the guys in the sweatshops had been talking vacation? He thought it likely. The man who had done that had been free and healthy and feeling good and had been without the wit to appreciate any of those fine things. The man who had done that had eyed the drive-up teller with lively, interested eye. Tall blonde, wearing a purple dress that had cupped her curves with a lover's touch. And she had eyed him back. What would she think, he wondered, of that man as he looked now, 40 pounds lighter and 10 years older, his legs a pair of crooked, useless horrors. Paul? He looked up at her, holding the money in one hand. There was $420 in all. Yes. She was looking at him with that disconcerting expression of maternal love and tenderness. Disconcerting because of the total, solid blackness underlying it. Are you crying, Paul? He brushed his cheek with his free hand, and yes, there was moisture there. He smiled and handed her the money. A little. I was thinking how good you've been to me. Oh, I suppose a lot of people wouldn't understand, but I think I know. Her own eyes glistened as she leaned forward and gently touched his lips. He smelled something on her breath, something from the dark and sour chambers inside her, something that smelled like dead fish. It was 1,000 times worse than the taste or smell of the dust rag. It brought back the memory of her sour breath. Breathe, goddammit, breathe! Blowing down his throat like dirty wind from hell. His stomach clenched, but he smiled at her. I love you, dear, she said. Would you put me in my chair before you go? I want to write. Of course. She hugged him. Of course, my dear. 11. Her tenderness did not extend to leaving the bedroom door unlocked, but this presented no problem. He was not half mad with pain and withdrawal symptoms this time. He had collected 4 of her bobby pins as studiously as a squirrel collects nuts for the winter, and had secreted them under his mattress along with the pills. When he was sure she was really gone, not hanging around to see if he was going to get up Didos, another Wilkesism for his growing lexicon. He rolled the wheelchair over to the bed and got the pins, along with the pitcher of water and the box of Kleenex from the night table. This girl is only a little insane, if that's how you want to put it. And here you're, rolling the wheelchair with the royal perched on the board in front of him was not very difficult. His arms had gotten a lot stronger. Annie Wilkes might be surprised to know just how strong they were now, and he sincerely hoped that someday she soon would be. The royal typewriter made a shitty writing machine, but as an exercise tool, it was great. He had begun lifting it and setting it down whenever he was penned in the chair behind it and she was out of the room. 5 lifts of 6 inches or so had been the best he could manage at first. Now he could do 18 or 20 without a pause. Not bad when you consider the bastard weighed at least 50 pounds. He worked on the lock with one of the bobby pins, holding 2 spares in his mouth like a seamstress hemming a dress. He thought that the piece of bobby pin still somewhere inside the lock might screw him up, but it didn't. He got the rocker almost at once and pushed it up, drawing the lock's tongue along with it. He had just a moment to wonder if she might have put a bolt on the outside of the door as well. He had tried very hard to seem weaker and sicker than he now really felt, but the suspicions of the true paranoiac spread wide and ran deep. Then the door was open. He felt the same nervous guilt, the urge to do this fast. Ears attuned for the sound of old Bessie returning, although she had only been gone for 45 minutes. He pulled a bunch of the Kleenex dipped in the wad in the pitcher and bent awkwardly over to one side with the soppy mass in his hand. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain, he began to rub at the mark on the right-hand side of the door. To his intense relief, it began to fade almost at once. The hubs of the wheelchair had not actually scored through the paint, as he had feared, but only scuffed it. He reversed away from the door, turning the chair, and backed up so he could work on the other mark. When he had done all he could, he reversed again and looked at the door, trying to see it through Annie's exquisitely suspicious eyes. The marks were there, but faint, almost unnoticeable. He thought he would be okay. He hoped he would be okay. Tornado cellars, he said, licked his lips and laughed dryly. What the fuck, friends and neighbors. He rolled back to the door and looked out the corridor, but now that the marks were gone, he felt no urge to go farther or dare more today. Another day, yes. He would know that day when it came around. What he wanted to do now was to write. He closed the door, and the click of the lock seemed very loud. Africa. That bird came from Africa. But you mustn't cry for that bird, Polly, because after a while it forgot about how the veldt smelled at noonday, and the sounds of the wildebeests at the waterhole, and the high acidic smells of the ika-ika trees in the great clearing north of the big road. After a while it forgot the cerise color of the sun dying behind Kilimanjaro. After a while it only knew the muddy, smogged out sunsets of Boston, and that was all it remembered, and all it wanted to remember. After a while it didn't want to go back anymore, and if someone took it back and set it free, it would only crouch in one place, afraid and hurting and homesick, in 2 unknown and terribly ineludible directions, until something came along and killed it. Oh, Africa. Oh, shit, he said in a trembling voice. Crying a little, he rolled the wheelchair over to his wastebasket and buried the wet wads of Kleenex under the waste paper. He repositioned the wheelchair by the window and rolled a piece of paper into the royal. By the way, Polly, is the bumper of your car sticking out of the snow yet? Is it sticking out, twinkling cheerily in the sun, just waiting for someone to come along and see it while you sit here wasting what may be your last chance? He looked doubtfully at the blank sheet of paper and typewriter. I won't be able to write it now anyway. That spoiled it. But nothing had ever spoiled it, somehow. It could be spoiled. He knew that. But in spite of the reputed fragility of the creative act, it had always been the single toughest thing, the most abiding thing in his life. Nothing had ever been able to pollute that crazy well of dreams. No drink, no drug, no pain. He fled to that well now, like a thirsty animal finding a water hole at dusk, and he drank from it, which is to say, he found the hole in the paper and fell thankfully through it. By the time Annie got back home at 5:15, he had done almost 5 pages. During the next 3 weeks, Paul Sheldon felt surrounded by a queer, electric peacefulness. His mouth was always dry. Sounds seemed too loud. There were days when he felt he could bend spoons simply by looking at them. Other days he felt like weeping hysterically. Outside this, separate of the atmosphere and apart from the deep, maddening itch of his healing legs, its own serene thing, the work continued. The stack of pages to the right of the royal grew steadily taller. Before this strange experience, he had considered 4 pages a day to be his optimum output. On fast cars, it had usually been 3, and only 2 on many days, before the final finishing sprint. But during this electric 3-week period, which came to an end with the rainstorm of April 15th, Paul averaged 12 pages a day, 7 in the morning, 5 more in an evening session. If anyone in his previous life, for he had so come to think of it, without even realizing it, had suggested he could work at such a pace, Paul would have laughed. When the rain began to fall, he had 267 pages of Misery's Return. First draft stuff, sure, but he had scanned through it and thought it amazingly clean for a first. Part of the reason was that he was living an amazingly straight life. No long, muddled nights spent bar hopping, followed by long, muddled days spent drinking coffee and orange juice and gobbling vitamin B tablets. Days when, if his glance so much as happened upon a typewriter, he would turn away, shuddering. No more waking up next to a big blonde or redhead he had picked up somewhere the night before. A lass who usually looked like a queen at midnight and a goblin at 10 the next morning. No more cigarettes. He had once asked for them in a timid and tentative voice, and she had given him a look of such utter darkness that he had told her at once to forget it. He was Mr. Clean. No bad habits, except for his codeine Jones, of course. Still haven't done anything about that, have we, Paul? No distractions. Here I am, he thought once. The world's only monastic druggie. Up at 7, down to Novril with juice. At 8 o'clock, breakfast came. Served at Monsieur's bedside. A single egg, poached or scrambled, 3 days a week. High-fiber cereal the other 4 days. Then into the wheelchair, over to the window. Find the hole in the paper, fall into the 19th century where men were men and women wore bustles. Lunch. Afternoon nap, up again, sometimes to edit, sometimes just to read. She had everything Somerset Maugham had ever written. Once Paul found himself wondering dourly if she had John Fowles' first novel on her shelves and decided it might be better not to ask. And Paul began to work his way through the 20-odd volumes that comprised Maugham's oeuvre, fascinated by the man's canny grasp of story values. Over the years, Paul had grown more and more resigned to the fact that he could not read stories as he had when he was a kid. By becoming a writer of them himself, he had condemned himself to a life of dissection. But Maugham first seduced him and then made him a child again, and that was wonderful. At 5 o'clock, she would serve him a light supper, and at 7, she would roll in the black and white television, and they would watch MASH and WKRP in Cincinnati. When these were over, Paul would write. When he was done, he would roll the wheelchair slowly. He could have gone much faster, but it was just as well that Annie could not know that, over to the bed. She would hear, come in, and help him back into bed. More medication, boom, out like a light. And the next day would be just the same. And the next, and the next. Being such a straight arrow was part of the reason for his amazing fecundity. But Annie herself was a bigger one. After all, it was her single hesitant suggestion about the beasting which had shaped the book and given it its urgency when Paul had firmly believed he would never feel urgent about misery again. He'd been sure of one thing from the start. There really was no Misery's Return. His attention had been focused only on finding a way to get the bitch out of her grave without cheating before Annie decided to inspire him by giving him an enema with a handful of Ginsu knives. Minor matters, such as what the fucking book was supposed to be about, would have to wait. During the 2 days following Annie's trip to town to pay her tax bill, Paul tried to forget his failure to take advantage of what could have been a golden opportunity to escape and concentrated on getting Misery back to Mrs. Ramage's cottage instead. Taking her to Jeffrey's home was no good. The servants, most notably Jeffrey's gossipy butler Tyler, would see and talk. Also, he needed to establish the total amnesia which had been caused by the shock of being buried alive. Amnesia? Shit, the chick could barely talk. Sort of a relief, given Misery's usual burblings. So what next? The bitch was out of her grave. Now where was the fucking story? Should Jeffrey and Mrs. Ramage tell Ian that Misery was still alive? Paul didn't think so, but he wasn't sure. Not being sure of things he knew was a charmless corner of purgatory reserved for riders who were driving fast with no idea at all where they were going. Not Ian, he thought, looking out at the barn. Not Ian. Not yet. The doctor first. That old asshole with all the N's in his name. Shinebone. The thought of the doctor brought Annie's comment about the bee stings to mind. And not for the first time, it kept reoccurring at odd moments. 1 person in every dozen. But that just wouldn't play. 2 unrelated women in neighboring townships, both allergic to stings in the same rare way. 3 days following the great Annie Wilkes tax bailout, Paul had been drowsing his way into his afternoon nap when the guys in the sweatshop weighed in. Weighed in heavy. This time it wasn't a flare. This time it was an H-bomb explosion. He sat bolt upright in bed, ignoring the flare of pain which shot up in his legs. "Annie!" he bawled. "Annie, come in here now!" He heard her thump down the stairs 2 at a time and then came in the hallway, her eyes wide and scaring when she came in. "Paul, what's wrong? Are you cramping? Are you—" "No," he said, but of course he was. His mind was cramping. "No, Annie, I'm sorry if I scared you, but you gotta help me into the chair." "Mighty fuck, I got it!" The dreaded F word was out before he could help it, but this time it didn't seem to matter. She was looking at him respectfully, and with not a little awe. Here was the secular version of the Pentecostal fire burning before her very eyes. "Of course, Paul." She got him into the chair as quickly as she could. She began to roll him toward the window, and Paul shook his head impatiently. "This won't take long," he said, "but it's very important." "Is it about the book?" "It is about the book. Be quiet. Don't talk to me." Ignoring the typewriter, he never used the typewriter to make notes. He seized one of the ballpoints and quickly covered a single sheet of paper with a scrawl that probably nobody but himself could have read. They were related. It was bees, and it affected them both the same way because they were related. Misery's an orphan. And guess what? The Evelyn Hyde babe was Misery's sister, or maybe half-sister. That would probably work better. Who gets the first hint? Shinny? No, Shinny's a ninny. Mrs. R? She can go see Charles. E.H.'s mommy. And now he was struck by an idea of such intense loveliness in terms of the plot, at least, that he looked up, mouth open, eyes wide. "Paul?" Annie asked anxiously. "She knew," Paul whispered. "Of course she did, at least strongly suspected," but he bent to his notes again. She, Mrs. R, realizes that if Mrs. E.H. had gotten to know Misery, is related to her daughter, same hair or something. Remember, E.H.'s mom is starting to look like a major character. You'll need to work her up. Mrs. R starts to realize Mrs. E.H. may even have known Misery was buried alive. Shit on a shingle, love it. Suppose the old lady guessed Misery was a leftover or fuck him and leave him days, and put the pen down, looked at the paper, then slowly picked his pen up and scrawled a few more lines. 3 necessary points. How does Mrs. E.H. react to Mrs. R's suspicions? She should be either murderous or puke up scared. I prefer scared, but I think A.W. would like murderous. So, okay, murderous. How does Ian get into this? Misery's amnesia? Oh, and there's one to grow on. Does Misery find out her mom lived with the possibility that not just 1, but 2 of her daughters had been buried alive rather than speak up? Why not? If you could help me back into bed now, if you wanted, Paul said. If I sounded mad, I'm sorry, I was just excited. That's all right, Paul. She still sounded odd. Since then, the work had driven on famously. Annie was right. The story was turning out to be a good deal more gruesome than the other misery books. The first chapter had not been a fluke, but a harbinger. But it was also more richly plotted than any misery novel since the first, and the characters were more lively. The latter three misery novels had been little more than straightforward adventure tales with a fair amount of piquantly described sex thrown in to please the ladies. This book, he began to understand, was a gothic novel, and thus was more dependent on plot than on situation. The challenges were constant. It was not just a question of can you to begin the book. For the first time in years, it was can you almost every day. And he was finding he could. Then the rain came, and things changed. 13. From the 8th of April until the 14th, they enjoyed an unbroken run of fine weather. The sun beamed down from a cloudless sky, and temperatures sometimes rose into the mid-60s. Brown patches began to appear in the field behind Annie's neat red barn. Paul hid behind his work and tried not to think about his car, the discovery of which was already overdue. His work did not suffer, but his mood did. He felt more and more that he was living in a cloud chamber, breathing an atmosphere thick with uncoalesced electricity. Whenever the Camaro stole into his mind, he immediately called the Bryan police and had the thought led away in handcuffs and leg irons. Trouble was, the nasty thing had a way of escaping and coming back time after time, in one form or another. One night, he dreamed that Mr. Rancho Grande returned to Annie's place. He got out of his well-kept Chevrolet Bel Air, holding the part of the Camaro's bumper in one hand and its steering wheel in the other. "Do these belong to you?" he asked Annie in the dream. Paul had awakened in a less than cheery frame of mind. Annie, on the other hand, had never been seen in better spirits than she was during that sunny early spring week. She cleaned, she cooked ambitious meals, although everything she cooked came out tasting strangely industrial, as if years of eating in hospital cafeterias had somehow corrupted any culinary talent she might have once had. Each afternoon, she bundled Paul up in a huge blue blanket, jammed a green hunting cap on his head, and rolled him onto the back porch. On those occasions, he would take Maugham along, but rarely read him. Being outside again was too great an experience to allow much concentration on other things. Mostly, he just sat, smelling sweet, cool air instead of the bedroom's stale indoor smell, sly with sick-room undertones, listened to the drip of the icicles, and watched the cloud shadows roll slowly and steadily across the melting field. That was somehow best of all. Annie sang in her on-pitch but clearly tuneless voice. She giggled like a child at the jokes on MASH and WKRP, laughing especially hard at the jokes which were mildly off-color, which in the case of WKRP was most of them. She filled in ends tirelessly as Paul finished chapters 9 and 10. The morning of the 15th dawned windy and dull with clouds, and Annie changed. Perhaps, Paul thought, it was the falling barometer. It was a good explanation as any. She did not show up with his medication until 9 o'clock, and by then he needed it quite badly, so badly that he had been thinking of going to his stash. There was no breakfast, just the pills. When she came in, she was still in her pink quilted housecoat. He noted with deepening misgivings that there were red marks like wheels on her cheeks and arms. He also saw gooey splatters of food on the housecoat, and she had only managed to get on one of her slippers. Thud slush went Annie's feet as she approached him. Thud slush, thud slush, thud slush. Her hair hung around her face. Her eyes were dull. Here, she threw the pills at him. Her hands were also covered with mixed streaks of goo. Red stuff, brown stuff, sticky white stuff. Paul had no idea what it was. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. The pills hit his chest and bounced into his lap. She turned to go. Thud slush, thud slush, thud slush. Annie? She stopped, not turning around. She looked bigger that way, with her shoulders rounding the pink housecoat. Her hair like some battered helmet. She looked like a piltbound woman staring out of her cave. Annie, are you all right? No, she said indifferently and turned around. She looked at him with the same dullard's expression as she pinched her lower lip between the thumb and first finger of her right hand. She pulled it out, then twisted it, pinching inward at the same time. Blood first welled between lips and gum, then gushed down her chin. She turned and left without speaking a word, before his stunned mind could persuade itself that he had really seen her do that. She closed the door and locked it. He heard her thud slushing her way down the hall to the parlor. He heard the creak of her favorite chair as she sat down. Nothing else. No TV, no singing, no clink-clink of silver or crockery. No, she was just sitting there. Just sitting there being not all right. Then there was a sound. It was not repeated, but it was utterly distinctive. It was a slap, a damned hard one. And since he was in here, on one side of a locked door, and she was out there on the other side of it, and you didn't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure out that she'd slapped herself. Good and hard from the sound. He saw her pulling her lip out, dragging her short nails into its sensitive pink meat. He suddenly remembered a note on mental illness he had taken for the first Misery book, where much of the action had been set in London's Bedlam Hospital. Misery had been railroaded there by the madly jealous villainess. When a manic-depressive personality begins to slide deeply into a depressive period, he had written, one symptom he or she may exhibit is acts of self-punishment, slapping, punching, pitching, burning oneself with cigarette butts, etc. He was suddenly very scared. 14. Paul remembered an essay by Edmund Wilson where Wilson had said, in typical grudging Wilson manner, that Wordsworth's criterion for the writing of good poetry, strong emotion recalled in a time of tranquility, would do well enough for most dramatic fiction as well. It was probably true. Paul had known writers who found it impossible to write after so much as a minor marital spat, and he himself usually found it impossible to write when upset. But there were times when a kind of reverse effect obtained. These were times when he had gone to work not just because the work ought to be done, but because it was a way to escape whatever was upsetting him. These were usually occasions when rectifying the source of the upset was beyond him. This was one of those occasions. When she still hadn't returned to put him in his chair by 11 that morning, he determined to get into it himself. Getting the typewriter off the mantel would be beyond him, but he could write longhand. He was sure he could hoist himself into the chair. No, it was probably a bad idea to let Annie know that he could, but he needed his other fix, goddammit, and he could not write lying here in bed. He worked himself over to the edge of the bed, made sure the wheelchair brake was on, then grasped its arms and pulled himself slowly into the seat, pulling his legs up onto the supports, one at a time. It was the only part that hurt. He rolled himself over to the window and picked up his manuscript. The key rattled in the lock. Annie was looking at him, her eyes burned black holes in her face. Her right cheek was swelling up, and it looked like she was going to have a hell of a shiner in the morning. There was red stuff around her mouth and on her chin. For a moment, Paul thought it was more blood from her torn lip, and then he saw the seeds in it. It was raspberry jam or raspberry filling, not blood. She looked at him. Paul looked back. Neither said anything for a time. Outside, the first drops of rain splattered against the window. "If you can get that chair all by yourself, Paul," she said at last, "then I think you can fill in your own fucking ends." She then closed the door and locked it. Paul sat looking at it for a long time, almost as if there was something to see. He was too flabbergasted to do anything else. 15. He didn't see her again until late afternoon. After her visit, work was impossible. He made a couple of futile tries, wadded up the paper, and gave up. It was a bust. He rolled himself back across the room. In the process of getting out of the chair and into bed, one of his hands slipped and he came within an ace of falling. He brought his left leg down, and although it took his weight and saved him the fall, the pain was excruciating. It felt as if dozens of bolts had suddenly been driven into the bone. He screamed, scrabbled for the headboard, and pulled himself safely over onto the bed, his throbbing left leg trailing behind the rest of him. That will bring her, he thought incoherently. She'll want to see if Sheldon really turned into Luciano Parvati or if it just sounds that way. But she didn't come, and there was no way he could bear the rotted ache in his left leg. He rolled clumsily onto his stomach, burrowed one arm deep under the mattress, and brought out one of the Novril sample cards. He dry swallowed two, then drifted for a while. When he came back, he thought at first he must still be dreaming, but it was too surreal. Like the night when she had rolled the barbecue pot in here, Annie was sitting on the side of his bed. She had set a water glass filled with the Novril capsules on his bedside table. In the other hand, she had a Victor rat trap. There was a rat in it, too, a large one with mottled gray-brown fur. The trap had broken the rat's back. Its rear feet hung over the sides of the trap's board, twitching randomly. There were beads of blood in its whiskers. This was no dream, just another day lost in the funhouse with Annie. Her breath smelled like a corpse, decomposing in rotted food. Annie? He straightened up, eyes moving between her and the rat. Outside it was dusk, a strange blue dusk filled with rain. It sheeted against the window. Strong gusts of wind shook the house, making it creak. Whatever had been wrong with her this morning was worse tonight. Much worse. He realized he was seeing her with all her masks but aside. This was the real Annie, the inside Annie. The flesh of her face, which had previously seemed so fearsomely solid, now hung like lifeless dough. Her eyes were blanks. She had dressed, but her skirt was on inside out. There were more wheels on her flesh, more food splattered on her clothes. When she moved, they exhaled too many different aromas for Paul to count. Nearly one whole arm of her cardigan sweater was soaked with half-dried substance that smelled like gravy. She held up the trap. They come into the cellar when it rains. The pinned rat squeaked feebly and snapped at the air. Its black eyes, infinitely more lively than those of its captor, rolled. I put down traps. I have to. I smear the trip plates with bacon grease. I always catch 8 or 9. Sometimes I find others. She blinked then. Blinked for nearly 3 minutes, holding the rat in the air. A perfect case of waxy catatonia. Paul stared at her, stared at the rat as it squeaked and struggled, and realized that he had actually believed that things could get no worse. Untrue. Unfucking true. At last, he had begun to think that she had just sailed off into oblivion forever with no fuss or fanfare. She lowered the trap and went on as if she had never stopped speaking. Drowned in the corners. Poor thing. She looked down at the rat, and a tear fell onto its matted fur. Poor, poor things. She closed one of her strong hands around the rat and pulled back on the spring with the other. It lashed in her hand, head twisted as it tried to bite her. Its squeals were thin and terrible. Paul pressed the heel of his palm against his wincing mouth. How its heart beats, how it struggles to get away, as we do, Paul, as we do. We think we know so much, but we really don't know any more than a rat in a trap. A rat with a broken back that thinks it still wants to live. The hand holding the rat became a fist. Her eyes never lost that blank, distant cast. Paul wanted to look away, but he could not. Tendons began to stand out of her inner arm. Blood ran from the rat's mouth in an abrupt, thin stream. Paul heard its bones break, and then the thick pads of her fingers punched into its body, disappearing up to the first knuckle. Blood pattered onto the floor. The creature's dulling eyes bulged. She tossed the body into the corner and wiped her hand indifferently on the sheet, leaving long red smears. Now it's a piece. She shrugged, then laughed. I'll get my gun, Paul, shall I? Maybe the next world is better, for rats and people both. Not that there's much difference between the two. Not until I finish, he said, trying to enunciate each word carefully. This was difficult because he felt as if someone had shot his mouth full of Novocaine. He had seen her low before, but he'd seen nothing like this. He wondered if she'd ever had a low as this before. This is how depressives got just before shooting all the members of their families, themselves last. It was the psychotic despair of a woman who dresses her children in their best, picks them up for ice cream, walks them down to the nearest bridge, lifts one into the crook of each arm, and jumps over the side. Depressives kill themselves. Psychotics rocked into the poison cradles of their own egos, want to do everyone handy a favor and take them along. I'm closer to death than I've ever been in my life, he thought. And she means it. This bitch means it. Misery? She asked, almost as if she had never heard the word before. But there had been a momentary, fugitive sparkle in her eyes that hadn't there. He thought so. Misery, yes, he thought desperately about how he could go on. Every possible approach seemed mined. I agree that the world is a pretty crappy place most of the time, he said, then added, especially when it rains. Oh, you idiot, stop babbling. I mean, I've been in a lot of pain these last few weeks, and pain? She looked at him with sallow, sunken contempt. You don't know what pain is. You don't have the slightest idea, Paul. No, I suppose not. Not compared to you. That's right. But I want to finish this book. I want to see how it all turns out. He paused. And I'd like you to stick around and see too. A person might as well not write a book at all if there's no one around to read it. Do you get me? He lay there, looking at that terrible stone face, heart thumping. Annie, do you get me? Yes, she sighed. I do want to know how it comes out. That's the only thing left in the world that I still want, I suppose. Slowly, apparently unaware of what she was doing, she began to suck the rat's blood from her fingers. Paul jammed his teeth together and grimly told himself that he would not vomit, would not. It's like waiting for the end of one of those chapter plays. No, that was him. It's like waiting for the end of one of those chapter plays. She looked around, suddenly, the blood in her mouth like lipstick. Oh, don't know. I was trying to just push through it, hero. Let me offer again, Paul. I can get my gun. I can end all of this for both of us. You're not a stupid man. You know I can never let you leave here. You've known that for some time, haven't you? Don't let your eyes waver. If she sees your eyes waver, she'll kill you right now. Hello, Emmanuel. Yes, but it always ends, doesn't it, Annie? In the end, we all swing. A ghost of a smile at the corners of her mouth, she touched his face briefly with some affection. What do you mean? I've been doing great. I don't speak Spanish. What problems do you have? Also, I feel like there's a difference in making a few mistakes amidst 50 pages of reading and making the same number of mistakes in 3 lines of reading. Wouldn't you agree? That means you just make up what you're saying. Just make up the word. And a lot of them were just mashed together versions of existing words. I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I only speak English. I don't know Spanish. And I haven't decided on a third language yet. I suppose you think of escape. So does a rat in a trap. I'm sure in its way. But you're not going to, Paul. You might if this was one of your stories, but it's not. I can't let you leave here. But I could go with you. And suddenly, just for a moment, he thought of saying, all right, Annie, go ahead, let's just call it off. Then his need and will to live, and there was still quite a lot of each in him, rose up and clamored the momentary weakness away. Weakness was what it was. Weakness and cowardice. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he did not have the crutch of mental illness to fall back on. "Thank you," he said, "but I want to finish what I've started." She sighed and stood up. "All right, I suppose I must have known you would, because I see I brought you some pills, although I don't remember doing it." She laughed, a small, crazy titter which seemed to come from that slack face as if by ventriloquism. "I'll have to go away for a while. If I don't, what you or I want won't matter, because I do things. I have a place I go when I feel like this, a place in the hills. Did you ever read Uncle Remus stories, Paul?" I mean, there are made-up words in this book, too. He nodded. "Do you remember Brer Rabbit telling Brer Fox about his laughing place?" "Yes." "That's what I call my place up country. My laughing place. Remember how I said I was coming back from Sidewinder when I found you?" He nodded. "Well, that was a fib. I fibbed because I didn't know you well then. I was coming back from my laughing place. It has a sign over the door that says Annie's Laughing Place, it says. Sometimes I do laugh when I get there. But mostly I just scream." "How long will you be gone, Annie?" She was drifting dreamily toward the door. "I can't tell. I brought you pills. You'll be all right. Take 2 every 6 hours, or 6 every 4 hours, or all of them at once." "But what will I eat?" Hey, it's okay, Emmanuel. I'm reading a book right now, so it's definitely not the easiest thing to try to understand. We're also halfway through it, so. He wanted to ask her, and didn't. He didn't want her attention to return to him, not at all. He wanted her gone. With her. Being here with her was like being with the angel of death. He lay stiffly in his bed for a long time, listening to her movements, first upstairs, then on the stairs, then in the kitchen, fully expecting her to change her mind and come back with the gun after all. He did not even relax when he heard the side door slam and lock, followed by the splashing steps outside. The gun could just as easily be in the Cherokee. "No, we cannot restart. You can go get the book." Misery by Stephen King. It's not hard to find. I have the cover right there available for you to see. Or you can try and go back in my VODs and find where I've read. The pictures are in your mind. Good luck with that. Old Bessie's motor whirred and caught. Annie gunned it fiercely. A fan of headlights came on, illuminating a shining silver curtain of rain. The lights began to retreat down the driveway. They swung around, dimming, and then Annie was gone. This time, she was not heading downhill toward Sidewinder, but up into the high country. Going to her laughing place, Paul croaked, and began to laugh himself. She had hers. He was already in his. The wild gales of mirth ended when he looked at the mangled body of the rat in the corner. A thought struck him. "Who said she didn't leave me anything to eat?" he asked the room, and laughed even harder. In the empty house, Paul Sheldon's laughing place sounded like the padded cell of a madman. 16. 2 hours later, Paul jimmied the bedroom lock again and for the second time forced the wheelchair through the doorway that was almost too small. For the last time, he hoped. He had a pair of blankets in his lap. All the pills he had cached under the mattress were wrapped in a Kleenex tucked into his underwear. He meant to get out if he could, rain or no rain. This was his chance, and this time he meant to take it. Sidewinder was downhill, and the road would be slippery in the rain, and it was darker than a mine shaft. He meant to try it all the same. He hadn't lived the life of a hero or a saint, but he did not intend to die like an exotic bird in a zoo. He vaguely remembered an evening he'd spent drinking scotch with a gloomy playwright named Bernstein at the Lion's Head, down in the village. If he lived to see the village again, he would get down on whatever remained of his knees and kiss the grimy sidewalk of Christopher Street. At some point, the conversation had turned to the Jews living in Germany during the uneasy 4 or 5 years before the Wehrmacht rolled into Poland and the festivities began in earnest. Paul remembered telling Bernstein, who had lost an aunt and grandfather in the Holocaust, that he didn't understand why the Jews in Germany, hell, all over Europe, but especially in Germany, hadn't gotten out while there was still time. They were not, by and large, stupid people, and many had first-hand experience of such persecution. Surely they had seen what was coming. So why had they stayed? I'm from the US, in Kansas. Now he understood. Yes, at first it was his broken legs and crushed pelvis. Then, God help him, the book had taken off. In a crazy way, he was even having fun with it. It would be easy, too easy, to blame everything on his broken bones, or the dope, when in fact, so much of it had been the book. That and the droning passage of days with their simple, convalescent pattern. Those things, but mostly the stupid goddamn book, had been his piano. What would she do if he was gone when she came back from her laughing place? Burn the manuscript? I don't give a fuck, he said. And this was almost the truth. If he lived, he could write another book. Recreate this one even, if he wanted to. But a dead man couldn't write a book any more than he could buy a new piano. He went into the parlor. It had been tidy before, but now there were dirty dishes stacked on every available surface. It looked to Paul as if everyone in the house must be here. Annie apparently not only pinched and slapped herself when she was feeling depressed. It looked like she really chowed down as well and never minded cleaning up after. He had remembered the stinking wind that had blown down his throat during the time in the cloud and felt his stomach clench. Most of the remains were sweet things. Ice cream had dried or was drying in many of the bowls and soup dishes. There were crumbs of cake and smears of pie on the plates. A mound of lime jello covered with a cracked glaze of dried whipped cream stood on top of the TV next to a 2-liter plastic bottle of Pepsi and a gravy boat. The Pepsi bottle looked almost as big as the nose cone of a Titan II rocket. Its surface was dull and smeary, almost opaque. He guessed she had drunk directly from it, and that her fingers had been covered with gravy or ice cream when she did it. He had not heard the clink of silverware, and that was not surprising, since there was none. Dishes and bowls and plates, but no cutlery. He saw drying drips and splashes, again mostly of ice cream, on the rug and couch. That was what I saw in her housecoat, the stuff she was eating, and what was on her breath. His image of Annie as Piltdown Woman reoccurred. He saw her sitting in there, scooping ice cream into her mouth, or maybe handfuls of half-congealed chicken gravy with a Pepsi chaser, simply eating and drinking in a deep, depressed daze. Oh, I think speaking when your like primary language is 2 different languages is incredibly difficult. I mean, I studied my second language for 3 years straight just to be barely conversational. The penguin, sitting on the block of ice, was still on the knick-knack table, but she had thrown many of the other ceramic pieces into the corner, where their littered remains were scattered. Sharp little hooks and shards. Alright. You go get some sleep. I'm probably gonna be calling it here soon. Just a few more pages. And you... Farewell! You kept seeing her fingers as they sank into the rat's body. The red smears of her fingers on the sheet. He kept seeing her licking the blood from her fingers, doing it as absently as she must have eaten the ice cream and jello and soft black jelly roll cake. These images were terrible, but they were a wonderful incentive to hurry. The spray of dried flowers on the coffee table had overturned. Beneath the table, barely visible, lay a dish of crusted custard pudding and a large book. Memory Lane, it said. Trips down memory lane when you're feeling depressed are never a very good idea. Annie, but I suppose you know that by this point in your life. He rolled across the room. Straight ahead was the kitchen. On the right, a wide, short hallway went down to Annie's front door. Beside this hallway, a flight of stairs went up to the second floor. Giving the stairs only a brief glance, there were drips of ice cream on some of the carpeted stair levels and glazy smears of it on the banister. Paul rolled down to the door. He thought that if there were going to be a way out for him, tied to this chair as he was, it would be by way of the kitchen door, the one Annie used when she went out to feed the animals, the one she galloped from when Mr. Rancho Grande showed up. But he ought to check this one. He might get a surprise. He didn't. The porch stairs were every bit as steep as he had feared. But even if there had been a wheelchair ramp, a possibility he never would have accepted in a spirited game of can you, even if a friend had suggested it, he couldn't have used it. There were 3 locks on the door. The police bar he could have coped with. The other 2 were Krieg's, best locks in the whole world, according to his ex-cop friend, Tom Twyford. And where were the keys? Let me see. On their way to Annie's laughing place, maybe. Yes, sirree, Bob. Give that man a cigar and a blowtorch to light it with. He reversed down the hall, fighting a panic, reminding himself he hadn't expected much from the front door anyway. He pivoted the chair once. He was in the parlor and rolled it into the kitchen. This was an old-fashioned room with bright linoleum on the floor and a pressed tin ceiling. The refrigerator was old but quiet. There were 3 or 4 magnets stuck to its door. Not surprisingly, they all looked like candy. A piece of bubblegum, a Hershey bar, a Tootsie Roll. One of the cabinet doors was open, and he could see shelves neatly covered with oilcloth. There were big windows over the sink, and they could let in a lot of light even on cloudy days. It should have been a cheery kitchen, but it wasn't. The open garbage can overflowed onto the floor and emitted a warm reek of spoiled food. That wasn't the only thing wrong, or the worst smell. There was another that seemed to exist mostly in his mind, but which was no less real for that. It was parfum de Wilkes, a psychic odor of obsession. There were 3 doors in the room, 2 to the left and 1 straight ahead, between the refrigerator and the pantry alcove. He went those on the left first. One was the kitchen closet. He knew that even before he saw the coats, hats, scarves, and boots. The brief, yapping squeaks of the hinges was enough to tell him. The other was one Annie used to go out. And here was another police bar and 2 more Kriegs. Roidman stay out, Paul stay in. He imagined her laughing. Fucking bitch! He struck his fist against the side of the door. It hurt, and he pressed the side of his hand against his mouth. He hated the sting of tears, the momentary doubling of his vision when he blinked. There was no way he could stop it. The panic was yammering more loudly now, asking what he was going to do, for Christ's sake. This might be his last chance. What I'm going to do first is a thorough job of checking this situation out, he told himself grimly. You can stay cool for just a while longer, that is. Think you can do that, chicken shit? He wiped his eyes. Crying was not going to get him out of this, and looked out through the window, which made up the top half of the door. It wasn't really just 1 window, but 16 small panes. He could break the glass in each, but he would have to bust the lathes too. That might take hours without a saw. They looked strong. And what then? A kamikaze dive out on the back porch? Great idea. Maybe he could break his back. And that would take his mind off his legs for a while. And it wouldn't take long lying out there in the pelting rain before he died of exposure. That would take care of the whole rotten business. No way. No fucking way. Maybe I'm going to punch out, but I swear to God, I'm not going to do it until I get the chance to show my #1 fan just how much I've enjoyed getting to know her. And that isn't just a promise. That's a sacred vow. The idea of paying Annie back did more to still his panic than any amount of self-scolding had done. A little calmer, he flicked the switch beside the locked door. It turned on an outside light, which came in handy. The last daylight had drained away during the time since he had left his room. Annie's driveway was flooded. Her yard was a quagmire of mud, standing water, and gobbets of melting snow. By positioning his wheelchair all the way to the left of the door, he could for the first time see the road which ran by her place, although it was really no big deal. 2-lane blacktop between decaying snowbanks, shiny as a sealskin and awash with rainwater and snowmelt. Maybe she locked the doors to keep the roadmans out, but she sure didn't need to lock them to keep me in. If I got up there in this wheelchair, I'd be bogged to the hubcaps in 5 seconds. You're not going anywhere, Paul. Not tonight, and probably not for weeks. There'll be a month into the baseball season before the ground firms up enough for you to get out into the road in this wheelchair. Unless you want to crash through a window and crawl. No. He didn't want to do that. It was too easy to imagine how his shattered bones would feel after 10 or 15 minutes of wriggling through cold puddles and melting snow like a dying tadpole. And even supposing he could make it out to the road, what were his chances of flagging down a car? The only two he'd ever heard out here other than Old Bessie had been El Rancho Grande's Bel Air, and the car which had scared the life out of him passing the house on the first occasion he had escaped his guest room. He turned off the outside light and rolled across to the other door, the one between the refrigerator and the pantry. There were 3 locks on this one as well, and it didn't even open on the outside. At least not directly. There was another light switch beside this door. Paul flicked it and saw a neat shed addition which ran the length of the house on its windward side, and on one end was a wood pile and a chopping block with an axe buried in it. At the other was a work table and tools hung on pegs. To its left, there was another door. The bulb out there wasn't terribly bright, but it was bright enough for him to see another police bolt and another 2 Krieg locks on the door as well. The Roivens, everybody, all out to get me. I don't know about them, he said to the empty kitchen, but I sure am. Giving up on the doors, he rolled into the pantry. Before he looked at the food stored on the shelves, he looked at the matches. There were 2 cartons of paperbook matches, at least 2 dozen boxes of diamond blue tips, neatly stacked up. For a moment, he considered simply lighting the place on fire. He began to reject the idea as the most ridiculous yet, and then saw something which made him reconsider it briefly. In here was yet another door. This one had no locks on it. He opened it and saw a set of steep, rickety stairs pitching and yawning their way into the cellar. An almost vicious smell of dampness and rotting vegetables rose from the dark. He heard low, squeaking sounds and thought of her saying, "They come into the cellar when it rains. I put down traps. I have to." He slammed the door shut in a hurry. A drop of sweat trickled down from his temple and ran, stinging into the corner of his right eye. He knuckled it away, knowing that door must lead to the cellar, and seeing there were no locks in it had made the idea of torching the place seem momentarily more rational. He could maybe shelter there, but the stairs were too steep. Possibility of being burned alive if Annie's flaming house collapsed into the cellar hole before the Sidewinder fire engines could get here was too real, and the rats down there... The sound of the rats was somehow the worst. Oh, its heart beats how it struggles to get away, as we do, Paul, as we do. Africa, Paul said, and didn't hear himself say it. He began to look at the cans and bags of food in the pantry, trying to assess what he could take with the least chance of raising her suspicions next time she came out here. Part of him understood exactly what this assessment meant. He had given up the idea of escape. Only for the time being, his troubled mind protested. No. A deeper voice responded implacably. Forever, Paul. Forever. I will never give up, he whispered. Do you hear me? Never. Oh, no? The voice of the cynic whispered sardonically. Well, we'll see, won't we? Yes, they would see. And that is where we are going to call it for the night. Decent cliffhanger, methinks. but nothing too dramatic. But still suspenseful nonetheless. And I'm going to leave you all off with that note. And we will be back again on Tuesday to continue our adventures. Mayhaps we will finish 100%ing Cult of the Lamb. We will see. I may do some grinding for it on my own just to take care of some of the RNG stuff or the stuff that's going to take a long time so that we can really get into just punching out those achievements back to back. I love you all so very, very much. Have yourselves a wonderful day and a wonderful night. Have a good one, everyone. Oh, bye.